Cool. Well, hey everybody, and welcome to the third day of doing the Talos Principle 2. I'll be honest. Multi-streaming has given me kind of a good perspective of using both sites, and to be frank, like, people ask me before or have mentioned anything about, like, hey, have you thought about, like, if you were going to another platform, right? Like, what would you choose? And I'm like, yeah, YouTube. But it's kind of weird. Because YouTube seems kind of inflexible, I guess is kind of the word towards it. And strange, because it's in a sense that I have from it so far, it's like, okay, you basically will say, hey, I'm doing this one thing for a stream, and that's it. And then you're making the commitment. Well, like, Twitch is like, hey, update on the fly, like, hey, do this, this, and this. And maybe there's something I'm missing from it. But ultimately, I think it comes down to the fact of this might be the last time I tried to do the multi-stream to multiple different channels. And then just do more VOD things down the line if... Yeah, I guess I need to get into, like, some kind of, like, schedule and stuff like that. And maybe, like, taking, like, full series and doing, like, super cuts and stuff like that would be more interesting. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort. And I find myself to be lazy when it comes to video editing stuff. Which doesn't beg the question to why I still stream. Because there is, I don't know, like, I realize, like, a lot of things about it is like, hey, if I got, like, a hook or something, But regardless, hey, welcome. I also still need to fix my mic peaking on certain occasions, but whatever. We got this game. We're 6 hours in. Although, granted, it's interesting that, like, they did, like, a whole lore dump in New Jerusalem, and I have to admit, like, at a certain point, getting that much lore dumped, I was like, God, it's freaking terrible. Are we solving this one, or are we... Okay, so we've done this. I don't know, it looked kind of interesting because, like, nothing was set up. Okay, so we'll have to do, like, some of the other stuff around here. Because I think we left, like, the extras. So what's on the list? So there's a question mark over there. There's this over here, but does that... No, we resolved it last time. Right. Because we were able to get the thing... Hey, I'm remembering. Memory is faulty. Always faulty. Okay, so what's this then? Oh, it's a hand. Okay. Probably gonna be a little bit easier on me because it's been like a week and, you know. And look, it's just Luftrager. It's gonna be explaining stuff to us on it regardless.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit. Even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
This is a dope slide! That's it. I just inspected, no commentary. Like, you should have just had, like, the internal monologue, or, you know, just be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Or something. Anything. I think that one's closer. That's the big star thing in the center, right? It's so nice that you could just, like, go off the rails. That's, the Sphinx. I'm sure this will lead back in, right? Oh, that's interesting. So we have a man, the massive sculpture, and then a little X, like, right down there. So by proxy, it should be somewhere in that ballpark area. Not exactly like a, you know. Giveaway, though. I don't know, maybe if there was like a man in the background, it'd be easier to tell. Almost seems like it's pointing at the rock here. Or maybe it's talking about this. Nah, this is like too far forward. Okay, so that's that, but then what's this? I swear, sometimes the question marks just pop up and I'm just like, oh. Okay, so this is one of the triangle ruins. We can go do this thing. Except for maybe not. Where's the entrance? Or is that part of the puzzle, the concept? The idea that okay, never mind, it's right here. Alright, back into some puzzles, thinking. Okay, so we have a jammer and a converter. Okay, so I can't take the jammer anywhere further. Now, I could jam that, but the problem is I need to jam this in order to get into here so far. There's a red one there. Red one here. There's a hole there. Okay. So conceptually, what I want to do is I want to take this, and that's not going to cut it. I don't have enough space to do this here anyways. That'll probably do something eventually. So we get that set up. Take the jammer. We just jam this. And that's conceptually going to be on. So then I can do this. Let me just go here, take the driller. I don't think there's really much else to drill than that. Seems like the only thing. Yes. So then the question becomes... Wait, is this hooked up to... Oh, so you can get in from it. Okay. Alright. So that's open. Do we need this anymore? I think the answer is no. Alright, now the fun thing about it is that, like... That's there. I can take that over that side. Can I? Yeah, conceptually, if you get that over there, you'll be able to, you know. So we go, just drop that there. I don't know what good dropping that. Oh, wait. There's blue on one side. Right. So we do that. Oh. we do about the same, right? So if we do this, this, and then pull it out far enough where it's just within sight of both of them. Yeah, like that. And if we go here, we take the jammer, so it initiates that. Oh, and it just opens up both sides, so I didn't really need to worry about setting up the old way to do it, but smooth. It's gonna be fine. Perfect. Easy peasy. Alright. Well, that resolves that. There's another one, two over there. Like I said, like, more just keep cropping up. And this game is very much what true sequel should be. Here's another triangle one, so we can get this done, and then we could go check out the extra ones. So it's interesting that the triangle ones are like always dilapidated. Pre-connected. Okay, so I can take the inverter from the hole. I guess I need to. So take the hole, send it down there. I can't. So we have the drill hole. That's here. Kind of like why I like this game a lot. It's just like the preconception of having to look at things and just be like, yes. Hold on. Wire, so I can actually take a good look through the hole here. There's nothing else going on here. So I think... See, you can't... Because see, like I was thinking like you take the inverter, right? So you put the driller here, you take the inverter, and then you walk over here. But the problem is that there's not... nothing to really, like, connect to? Alright, so that gives me red. The problem is that, like, it's stuck behind things. You could try throwing this into here, but I can't... Oh, wait, I can. But I can't take it out. So, like, if I put the converter in there... Converter, inverter... It's one of those things. I can't take it out. And the only reason like it would help is if I got that. But how do we get into there? With a blue. Oh, okay, so say if we do this, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place it like very much right in the way. Okay. Actually, hold on, while we're at it, since we can keep the connections, do that one too. Right in the center. Okay, perfect. Watch this magic. So we're just gonna go right here, post a hole in it. We've opened up both sections. Perfect. So does that just... Okay, so that... Oh, so that counters them. Oh, it's not gonna work anyways, it's fencing. So, like... Okay, not that way. Hold on. Okay, so that still stays on. Wait, does this not do anything anymore? Okay, so that's completely useless. Unless something's on the button. The only question I have is, so if I say I take this, right, and then I send it on the opposite side here, like get it through somehow, does that even help me? Because, like, this makes the most sense, right? Because it was here. Removing it makes sense. We take it, and then we do something with it. But we can't go through here. That just drops it. Well, so, like, if we made a hole through here, then we're able to get that converted, and then that can take it. I guess that makes sense. Do I even have, like, eyesight on it, though? Ooh, I do. Okay. And that should be enough. Okay, so it's there. It's through the hole. We want to just take the connections, do that, and bingo! Just a little bit of forethought, a little bit of thinking, a little bit of nuance, you know? It goes pretty smoothly. That's all the puzzles. Besides, like, the extracurricular ones, but... Or the one extracurricular one. It's probably like another handout here or something. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, this...
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True.
Not wrong.
But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
Magnets. Well, that's gonna be an interesting mechanic. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I am faced with a task I could never have expected. Writing an epitaph not only for myself, but for my species. In a likely event that Alexandra Drennan is successful, and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insight can I share into this strange phenomenon that is humanity? I spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time, so I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. I didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment, it's just dumb luck. I think that's kind of the general gist of life. Basically, we got where we are on luck for the most cases. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness, grace, acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like the story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. Miranda, it didn't have to be this way. And yet it was. Failed to load comment. From 51 Tales of Lord Dusane? Ugh. Charon leaned forward and rode. Oh, Charon. All things were one with his weariness. It was not within him a matter of years or centuries, but of wide floods of time, and an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made, and was a piece of eternity. Or peace with eternity. If the gods have even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all things always were, he was that if any radiance lingered, and moaned among the dead. On the face, I apparently can't read today. On the face of such a queen, perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands, where they used to come in 50s. It is nearly Charon's duty, nor his wont, to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not unusual for the gods to send no one down from earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger. The gods knew best, and great and weary Charon rode on and on beside the little silent shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow, failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time in the pain in Charon's arms. When the boat from slow grey river loomed up the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore, Charon turned the boat to where they go back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke. That had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. There's an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity, and the last shadow is the last human to live, but another interpretation is equally impossible, that humanity has achieved immortality, and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. I mean, I guess you could interpret it both either way, although granted, both ways are kind of still upsetting. Because humanity works on influxes. Like the whole entire thing about it is like you have immortality, then things will stagnate. The same people, the same ideas, the same concepts will be bled through history. Like it doesn't help. Something about Trials. Wasn't really interested in reading it out loud. No, so it seems like we're gonna have to deal with something with magnets. Which, magnets are always a fun time. Thinking about polarity and conceptually how it goes, flows, and magnetic fields. So interesting, just the contracts of like ran down place, and then you get up here and it's like, oh, it's so pretty. Okay. So guess we'll go back here. Not exactly here, but here further, you know? Yeah, here's the pathway. So we want to head to this. So we walk into here, and we have the Sphinx. Then we have this. Oh, that's like... Okay, so that's like the binary code, or... Good of speaking of like what the fudge I'm looking at, but then... Do you think we just like walk out there? I mean, I was backing up. I was like, yeah, no. They thought about it. Oh, I'm back here. Can at least leave me like outside. I think that's the only thing that's great about this game is the fact that you have the speed. Okay, so person face thing. Wait, hold on. That rock looks pretty interesting. Yeah, that's not exactly like... Okay, it's like this looks like scraggly rock that was like once like a foundation for something of a building, but it doesn't really make much sense. So, conceptually, we'd be looking at something around at what, this part right here? And this rock? But granted, there's like 4 places that could matter, right? Like it, maybe even more. Yeah, because like if you turn around, like this is pretty much it. So is it trying to tell me something? But it also could be like in between the legs. Like the perspective is a little... I mean, it's there. I just don't quite get it. Also, is the man looking like statue over... Yeah, that way? Oh, see. Hold on, is it tab? Oh, here we go. EN3 engraving. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. Yeah, so this is what I would want to know. Also, if I take a look at the map, does it have that I have... Okay, so yeah, this is the one star that I need to figure out. So... But is the statue the same as... the guy over here? Because if so, then that explains that it would be like straight out ahead. It would be kind of like where this thing is. Wait a second. I mean, it's kind of like you should be able to. We'll see, that's number 4 as a puzzle. I mean, there's nothing like... stands out. I guess the platforming idea is kind of stupid. Alright, let's go... Haha. Be careful. Because, like, is this man facing... Is it the same guy, or is it some different guy? Oh no, that's Pandora. Flipping confused, man. Okay, so that means around somewhere. Just gonna be like a statue of a guy. What's up with this area too? Like this was something. It turned out to be nothing. Right, there's this here. This doesn't really, like, help with anything. That's the tram coming in. If I look here... yeah. I mean, I'm thinking eventually it'll make some kind of sense, right? Because technically, what, there's like 4 places between each of the 2 legs that this could actually be an effect to something. I guess what just doesn't make sense is like there's... Okay, so that just hits to the center. We don't want to do that just yet. Like, we're going to have to do it in a second, but... Wait, there's just a... What? Well, that's a thing. What is this? I don't know, so somewhere around there. Maybe it was a little bit closer. But like, does that mean there should be like a tree or something there? But that looks kind of like where it's pointed at. Or at least that's the general direction. Hello, sir. You have some large hands?
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
It worked. I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It's very dramatic, but the good news is that it works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, part of the environment, Miranda. Good job, Miranda. Alright, Trevor, what do you got?
So, humanity is great. I really believe that, and that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
That's a lot of work. Still don't know what that means. Sorry, research, and then we're gonna go take a look at the Sphinx logs. Yeah, so it's like, hey, here's a tree line. And it seems like it points out to, like, this direction. Anything going on underneath here? Nothing. I was considering, like, it made sense for, like, something to be over here. I guess we can kind of rotoscope around a little bit. Because, like, if you look at this, like, it's a little bit way too far off of him. And so it's kind of pointing past, like, the bank. You know, so like yonder. But I don't really see anything. That screams, here's a secret. It just, you know, kind of whimpers out quietly, and yeah, that's about it. Anything out further? Ooh, what's this? Oh, this is just the way to get to the center platform. Like, I'm like 2 steps closer and like 10 steps back. Oh, hold on. Oh no, that's just part of the thing to get into the place. Doesn't really do me much good. I mean, it's not like I can interact with anything. There's not really much like a, you know, illusionary wall that I can just walk into, you know. I wish. But it's just strange, because like it points to just like a flippin' open field. That's it. Because you have the statue. I mean, I guess we could take a look at flippin'. Hopping. Like, it seems like it points directly to the alcove. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Man, like, they do so well to make the terrain, like, non-climbable as much as possible, which is interesting. Compared to most games that are like, yeah, you can go anywhere. Okay, so there's apparently more trees there that were there at some point. But yeah, no, it looks like, you know, something like that. There's also this tree here, right here, so you could be like, you know. But it's like too close to the respective and not even the same tree, so you know. Alright, so if like I like hug this wall. Or the mountain cliff side, however you want to call it. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I feel so close. Ow. So close and yet so far. What is that over there? I'll go take a look in a second. Like, it seems to point directly to here. And it's not like that's totally a symbol of like, hey, yeah, there's just something here. Alright, we'll go. That's a weird tree. What's this over here, then? Just more zany structures. Alright, I guess we're gonna go say hi to whoever is in there. So let's see, we've already seen Athena, we've seen the Sphinx. Those are the last two areas that we've went to. I feel really dumb though. Like, what is... Like, large man statue. And there should be something here. Somewhere. But what? At least that's what this is, right? Like, you know, X marks the spot. I mean, it's not even exactly like, you know. I should have figured it was just a little tiny switch somewhere. Just a little tiny switch on a wall. That's all it is. Every day. Every single day. Anyways. Hey, look. Got a fragment.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
So after this, that means that we should be eventually getting to the point where we can have like golden door time. Which I think is what, like 2 more? No, so I guess like 2 more from here, right? Or like is like the map area like a little messed up? Oh no. So like we'll have to have more. That's fine though. Also, I guess we should check Social media. So 1K found a recording of Lifthrager, and what an odd recording too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else of him. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Lifthrager always had an unusual perspective. Even in the very beginning, he traveled a lot, sometimes leaving for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station so he didn't need to come back to the city as often. Although it was quite risky, as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. But he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary, and explored was necessary for him. Lifthrager would record his thoughts as he explored, and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed to the unknown, and we haven't heard from him since. As the recording I found, one of those he published back in the day. No, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with the close friends like Athena. Thank you, that was informative. End of thread. I've relayed your response to my friends, and they have reached a consensus conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Yeah, sure. Now you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying guide our city to prosperity. People who know things, which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. Who are these people? I can't tell you their names, but I can tell you a little bit about them. First is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute, thanks to the big questions, have answers in our code. The third is hard to pin down, a practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment. And fifth, well, let's just say about them, the better for everyone. Less said. So, is there someone you think would be a good match? I'd rather hear which is more interested in me. I mean, granted, I think... I mean, the mysterious person seems kind of interesting, but... your answer to my questions and our observation of your behavior elsewhere has given us a massive amount of data. It's clear there's only one person that I should put you in touch with. You've shown a commitment to scientific progress and pursuit of the truth. Your support would mean a great deal to my friend from engineering. She's no kind of expert on the human condition, but she's dedicated to analyzing how the world works and using that knowledge to shape our future for the better. I figured that would be the one that I'd get. I am of the analytical type E. So, yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'll send you an introduction in due course. Cool. Oh, that's a lovely painting. Very bitwise. Hi everyone, this is the latest portrait series. I've always had a deep respect for the progenitor, Alexandra Drennan. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity, she also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It is good to be human, Alexandra Drennan. As usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Beautiful work. Rodam gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. To me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what Cosmos had thrown at her. As well, I'm not sure it's appropriate to depict it's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor this way. I don't know. There's always interesting, pictures of Jesus and other things like that. Also am interested in the fact that this is a very much, as far as social medias go, very, very wholesome, right? And it's also weird that like some robots will have like an actual person as their icon, stuff like that, or real esoteric different things that not really them, it's somebody else. And then you have Thekla, which is just their picture. I mean, the picture is of a lady who's very looking out towards. But I think, you know, this might be a good one. You're right, okay, but that's part of why I'm doing a whole series of portraits. The progenitor herself said that many people sacrifice a lot to the founder could be born. I want to remind us of all of them. Although, we don't have photos of them, some of them, so I'm not quite sure what I'll do in those cases. We'll see. Oh, that'd be interesting. Miranda! For anyone who missed it, Byron's expedition has recovered evidence of existence of another person. Someone not from New Jerusalem. Who could this be? What does it mean? Maybe there's another city out there who says there was only one in the simulation. Maybe there are thousands of people we've never met. I really hope so. There is only one founder. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all the historical evidence we have points to the conclusion that there were some other attempts, but as far as they know, they all went wrong or failed. There's more that we don't know than there is that we do know. The sense is going to make my brain crash. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? There's no evidence to support that idea. I really don't think it's aliens, Jacques. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. I'd like to hear the other attempts. Some people affiliated with the Institute for Applied Noematics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century, the dam collapsed and took whatever was happening inside the system with it. There was also a similar attempt by another organization, but without the test of free will that Alexander Drennan devised. According to Lifthager, it never produced a viable mind before it ran out of power. Could there still be others out there? Theoretically, yes, but even our dam would have collapsed without expensive repairs, and even a nuclear power plant would have run out of fuel by now. Huh. So I'm casting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and he keeps pinging on my charging pod. Is there anything that I can do to prevent this? Clean it very thoroughly so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents, and that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it'd be easier if you just moved him back to Yakut's place and fed him there. No, Bruce is just a bastard. He loves ping on anything electrical, chewing on cables, and generally just breaking stuff. This is normal, and I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neith. She's used to him. But he's so fuzzy, and I love him. Ah, cats. Oh, look at that. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light. One of the greatest capitals in the world, home to tradition and innovation alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the one that gave birth to modernity in its glories and horror alike. The spirit of freedom was born here, while it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded. It lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. I walk in the garden without fear. Stars swirl across the sky, and I stand among the tall lilies who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am home. Beautiful makes me feel calm and happy. This is my new favorite of yours, I think, although maybe step by step towards the nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems more like a poem about death. Yeah, I'd say never really look towards an actual end. That's my greater dream, that all this is just a momentary stop, a place where we rest for a little while, then we go on to new adventures. Interesting, I always thought of humanity's journey as long and exhausting, a search for a home. Homes are important, but we are wanderers. Amish, we need new horizons or more travel. The more we perceive our homes with new eyes, the more we're to love. Wow, we're responsible for Brian himself. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. Really appreciate them. Home is where the heart is. I mean, it's not like conceptually like everybody needs like a little bit of a journey, you know? Let's see here. I need to get up and over here. And now we get to do one of these. Oh, that's real interesting. This one, and then we want to rotate it. There we go. That was really cool. I actually like that in comparison to just these, where it's just like, hey, here's an open slot, try to figure it out. Do that. Would make the most sense. I guess let's just start there, like that. There we go. One to send it in, one to send it back. It's a lot more obtuse than the first game's Tetramino puzzles, though. Can't say exactly like I'm a super fan of it. Oh, it's the Sphinx again. Hello.
When the craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low, but his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Ooh. Dang, okay, I guess putting it into words. So, the wings are made of Max, and he ended up enjoying the freedom of flight. So, hubris, the flame of the sun belongs to the gods, doesn't make much sense, right? It's not like he was enticed by the sun. Then there's disobedience. He should have listened to his father, which it wasn't so much, well, it wasn't so much that he was going against his father as much as he was like, I want to say, like, carelessness makes the most sense. Like, he did not use his wings correctly. But he kind of was. It's really weird. And then in Patience, he wasn't really thinking about flying higher as much as he was enjoying the freedom of flying. And then, I mean, hey, everybody loves a little bit of freedom, so why not lawlessness? And then idiocy. I mean, that's a good answer, but I think carelessness is...
Or was it Daedalus who was careless, giving the wings to Icarus, knowing that all young men are rash?
I mean, that's fair.
After the death of his son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled, but for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos burned in his bath as you seek your own answer.
Ah, so the truth that I may seek may be my own demise. Yeah, like, you guys haven't been saying that for, like, the past 2 hours. Like, come on.
The megastructure, it's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
It doesn't look that inviting to me.
If
Yeah,
you
but isn't-
consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Yes.
More of death? I think it looks charming.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating.
Exactly.
This technology could change everything.
Oh,
Here you go.
all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
Alright, I'm kind of curious where the golden door here is and what it looks like. Oh, is this not? Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's a pathway here. Is the golden door even on the map? Or on the little compass thing? I'm sure we're gonna come to another one eventually, right? Oh, there we go. There's a little placard. It's that way. Is there any right path branches off? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a lot of them. Okay, so by doing the math, so we finished 3, right? Which consists of 6. So that, what, leaves 3, 6, 9? 9, wrong button. Map. 3, 6, yeah, so that means all of them have to be completed before we get to Golden Puzzle territory. So I guess we're just taking the train. Travel to the megalith structure, okay. Done deal, boys!
By the way, I finished my analysis of the particle clouds.
Anything
At
good?
first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter.
What?
Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
Wait, so what's this over here? Alright, wasn't this like the church at the very beginning? I mean, I know I should probably go to the megastructure. Like, don't get me wrong. But I also want to make sure that, like, hey, if there is anything that, like, I can do, that's, you know. Big brain puzzly. Release stars. Cool. That's 6. And we're probably looking at what? Total of 12? Sorry, not 12. Actually, wait, no. 3 sections multiplied by 2. Hold on. So 3 more, each with 3 worlds, which is 9. Wait. You know what? My brain's in the right place. It's more like something like Okay, so there's 4 worlds, 3 each, which is 12, multiplied by 2, which is 24. These games are pretty crazy. Like the fact that like they're traveling this far without any impact to like light and stuff like that is insane. Also, this is probably just gonna be the same, right? Where it's now these doors are different. Oh, I'm guessing it's because I would need to resolve each of the golden doors to get that thing. But it also doesn't explain the double use of the stars, because like the use of the stars is to open the golden doors, but then also open up that thing.
Come on, people.
Or go to the church.
Board. We haven't got all day.
Yeah.
Yakut, take us in.
Aye, aye, sir.
What I seen, Yakut?
Have any of you ever read an
That's not
ancient
really
writer
taller
called
than-
Ian Banks?
Oh, Yakut's just sitting
I
down.
guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it. That's what this is. This whole place is one giant outside context problem. And we're headed right into it.
Well, then we just need to kind of approach it with a careful mindset, right? Like, that's the whole entire thing about it. Like,
I think
thinking
I can set down
outside
over
the box
there.
helps.
Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
But they also say curiosity killed cats, so... Yeah, this is,
Setting down.
Okay,
like,
everyone.
interesting.
We need to explore as much as we can, separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record anything interesting you find. And pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
The schematics we found in that lab were extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
I think someone should stay at the VTOL just in case.
I volunteer you. See you later, Al.
I mean, this place just basically looks, like a derelict structure, to be honest. I like how he's, like, full-on sprinting, and I'm walking right now. Like, I'm not sprinting at all. This is me sprinting. Oh, it just opens up, okay. It's like an escort problem where it's like you're walking so much faster than them. I'll least keep their run speed the same as my walking speed. That doesn't seem like something I want to go down just yet. Good job. Good luck, Yakut. Oh, Brian's taking this way? Okay. Let's, oh, you're already on the palm reader here. Okay, Melville. Good luck. So what's over on this side then? The Sphinx? Oh, Trotsky? Probably not how you pronounce that, but anyways, for Katie, Trotsky and our likeness, essays on the humankind reaching adulthood. What I propose then is that we are not born as entirely free agents responsible only for ourselves. The very core of what we are, our sentience, separates us from and elevates us beyond, above the animal kingdom. As I've argued, this is not a matter of arrogance, but of responsibility. However, this blessing also demands something else from us, something more personal than responsibility, and that is loyalty. Our ancestors, less atomized than we are, experienced a crude version of this loyalty, swearing allegiance to tribes, races, nations, and other such semi-fictional concepts. This fragmented understanding was easily exploited and led to many conflicts. We can condemn them for that, or we can choose to believe these were necessary historical steps towards our growth. But above all, we must stop indulging in such childlike behavior. Our species can no longer afford to believe in Mother Russia or Uncle Sam. Neither, however, can we afford to indulge in the adolescent rebel's misanthropy. Yeah, that one word. Like I know it, but rejecting the many gifts we have been lucky enough to receive, not from above, but from the history of our species. To put it simply, each of us owes a burden of loyalty to humanity itself, to the human project across time and space. This is not a minor matter or some abstract issue for philosophers. It's profound and significant part of every human life. It is a universal source of meaning and the insight that can bind us together and set us on a path for a bright future. And it also a division, a line that must be held against those who preach the gospel of self-annihilation. We ignore it at our peril. Chernyshevsky, like Drennan, stood to his belief to the bitter end. Without him, the archive would not exist, and we owe humanity a loyalty. So we owe more personal debt to those individuals who gave everything for our story to continue. Whew. I feel like really rough reading those in person. Like, granted, if I was reading them more, there's a Sphinx. Reading them more akin to, is that Prometheus on the side there? Is that probably somebody else? But I'd have to get closer. What's this?
Hold on a second, 1K. I think I can find an override for that door.
Ooh, you can?
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
One problem at a time.
Yeah.
What's going on with these fast structures? Okay, door should be opening.
Thank you.
Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
Don't go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
Anyways, back to the point at hand. That's a long drop. Looks like I went to the other side of it. Or maybe it's like more hollow internals. But yeah, no, like reading it like internally, it would make a lot more be fine for myself.
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second? That
Little
whole
weird.
thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Sure, what's up?
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? What if this is too much power for anyone to control?
Ooh. Yes? I think it's more complex than that. Power isn't necessarily good or bad.
So what do you think it was? What made our ancestors destroy themselves?
Ooh. Lots of things. Like, man, this game really does hit you kind of square in the face of like, hey, think a little bit more deeply about humanity here, buddy. I want to say this, because realistically,
guess.
it's just luck.
I mean, they did survive for thousands and thousands of years before this happened. But what if we get unlucky one day too?
Well,
I have
there's
to
not
think about
much you can
this.
do.
Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
Also, you keep taking the elevator, and then all of a sudden we're being here. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I heard like he doubled back, but it doesn't make much sense. Oh, it's one of these things. Just floating there.
Looks
What?
like another set of puzzles. Same pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
Alright, well, I'm of the sense that I want to go back. Oh, I just took it away. That's great. Like, I was expecting this way to be the way forward. I was expecting the big elevator to be. And that just makes me curious, like, what's the other ways? Like, I'm guessing it's like a three-prong triangle, in a sense, right? Like, 3 ways lead you to 3 different pathways, and I guess this way does lead down, but like, why is there an elevator? Well, I guess. Does anybody make a 2-story elevator? And I'm not talking about like, you know, the personal home elevator where, you know, you can basically just get in it and it takes you up and down the stairs, right? Like, you can get the equivalent for an escalator. Okay, so I can't do anything with that because Melville's still on it. So then what's the other way here? The way that Byron went down. Or is it like functionally the same? Oh, no, this is different. It's like a giant generator of some sort. He's got some cool looking goggles there. Binoculars. Looking all over the place. Alright, so what's with the elevator then? Oh, I can't take the elevator. So this is technically the only way. Okay. Or maybe I had my choice of elevator, but the elevator is now kaput, gone, done and over with. There's like some scaffolding down there. I figured. But you know, sometimes you just gotta try. Maybe there'll be a secret down there. Maybe there'll be something interesting. Activate 3 beams. But I've already activated 3 beams. You want me to activate 3 more beams? Game, please. Man, the only word that comes to mind when looking at all this stuff is monolithic. So much. It's so big. Actually, like, I have like flashbacks of Outer Wilds. Alright. Okay, so that's locked it into place now. Now the question is... okay, so that's the way forward to the beams. So I guess let's head back this way. That looks like it'll give me the green beam. Maybe. At least when you get to like 3 of them, it's not too bad. Oh, okay. So then like they diverge and then converge. That's lovely. I guess this is the way to one. Alright, so let's get a little internal puzzle thing. This. Not too bad. Oh, hey. Looky, looky. Giant green laser. There is nothing else here. This thing's huge, though. Well, I guess if it's gonna point at green.
Good job, 1K.
You should just be saying job. Job okay. Because who knows? Maybe it's wasn't good. Maybe it was terrible. But I did a job. So we can count for that. What's up here anyways? Can you imagine you just kept bolting forward and all of a sudden you falling off? Kind of embarrassing.
I wonder how far down this goes.
I don't want to think about that. Alright, what's this? Okay, so we have an inverter. Let's point to another inverter. It's causing red here. That's where the blue thing is, and that's going to point to red. Then another inverter. With another inverter or no, that's actually just a connector. See, now this is a problem. Because if you think about it this way, this is stuck behind here. And there's no way I'm getting it out. So that's got to be the way it is. But the problem is we can't convert this directly, and we can't just use that to point back to here. So we need to get some inversion twice. Actually, it would probably make sense. So if I do this, it's probably gonna just yeah. So then, like, I don't want to really ruin the setup here, but at the same time, I kind of have to. And the question becomes, can we? No. And regardless of that, you can't get it to function that way either. Actually, wait, hold on. Again, like, the whole entire thing about it is, like, I could start with something there, but I think it was better just to think about it a little bit longer. Just to be like, you know, hey, I have a concept, I can make it work. Okay. I think we go back now. Back down this way, over here, and I think this is probably gonna carry me over to the next section.
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
Ooh. Walls of power. We just solved the energy crisis, boys. Alright, last one. Green, blue. Is that? Oh. Oh. Okay. I think starting off that way would be pretty nice. Do I have to? I probably have to use all of these. Okay, this is not great. So don't start with this one. So I want to get something that, yeah, maybe this one. Yeah, so that doesn't really do much for me. Yeah, and then shoot, not that. Okay, so this is obviously not a good starting piece. So how about this one? Starts us off very strong. Not that one. Not that one either. That one right there. Then, oh, perfect. Moved it out. Okay, so we have an RGB converter. But we need both red and blue. Well. Can we do this? Whee! Okay, so that worked. And now this is interesting, because... like, I got this far, right? But... this. That's kind of problematic. Ooh, you know what? If it wasn't... oh, there's no overlap. Never mind. All good. All good. I was worried I'd have to do a little bit more finagling with the blue one. But it's fine. Ooh, blue laser. Flip the lever cronk. Wrong lever cronk. There we go. Uh-oh.
The gate's open. 1K if you want to. Go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
Thanks. Let me just go into the lion's den. Why don't you? I have to figure out how to get back over there now, though. Like, most of it should be just, like, clean cut, but I think I have to do, like, some finagling of, like, yeah, these things. That should be fine. Yeah, why not? Yes. Hey, look, it was just click, click, click.
Locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some more schematics, though. Let's see. This might do something, or not.
Listen, all you gotta do is just click, 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 and then... yeah, take that, please. Rotate it. There we go. They're not as exciting as the original Tetramino puzzles. Like, I like that there's more Tetramino puzzles, but I want more of the original ones. Making them all fit into a square, beautiful experience. Palm reader, okay. Question. Well, if you got a question, I might have an answer. I was doing some reading while the last trial was running, and I came across something I don't understand. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. That's more exciting than history. To me, everything we're studying is mind-bendingly incredibly, whether it's quark gluon, deconfinement, or neutrino anti-neutrino oscillate. Okay, honestly, you're throwing a lot of big words that make my brain hurt. Actually, it doesn't really make my brain hurt, but it is one of those things I'm like, what are you even saying at this point? Or even something incredibly basic like properties of light. I can get behind that. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beautifully crafted story or poem was moving to them, but how could they not see that everything that surrounds us is just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machines ever created, a machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. I think, you know, the whole concept is like, the more you deal with something, the more norm it is, and oh gosh, that's a lot of... Miranda!
Mother? What are you thinking about, Mother? The Talos principle. You see, it has two applications. One is to the self. It means facing the truth even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine governed by laws.
So we and the universe are the same.
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but it's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless. But that shouldn't make us arrogant. No, in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the cosmos. And if we go out, there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
Athena.
The founder was here?
She could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this? We have to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're... Oh. Damn you, but you're right. Heading back.
Alright, gonna board the VTOL. Man. Like, they're innate, I don't know how to describe it, but like, they have a very distinct... Whoopsies! I knew one of these times was gonna happen. I tried too much. Starting me out in the wrong direction, buddy. I don't know what the exact word is for it, but they have like a really...
the founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
I mean, there's an innate, like, very much fondness
the
for...
founder built this place. Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question
but I
is
also
why?
just
And why
saw
like
her in a
this?
vision.
Why recreate all these aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test.
Listen, it just
I
could
can't
be like a
imagine any
terrible
other
book.
explanation. But why is it so broken? Or does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
I mean, it's not wrong. What is this one, by the way? How dull is it to pause, to make an end, to rust unburnished, not to shine in use, as though to breathe where life... that's... something's rumbling. As though to breathe where life. Life piled on life. We're all too little, and of one to me, little remains, but every hour is saved from that eternal silence, something more. A bringer of new things, and vile it were, for some 3 suns to store and hoard myself in this gray spirit, yearning in desire to follow knowledge like a sinking, it's getting more shaky, beyond the utmost bound of human thoughts. Like, man. They're really leaning on we have emotions aspect. It's getting real rocky here, though. Let's go!
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
but
getting some
basically
new
it's just where we
readings.
parked the VTOL.
Looks like 2 of the northern sites are lighting up.
I think that may have been me. I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system. Like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
Yeah, but if we've already solved these 3, then what good is it to go to the other ones? Right, besides like all the other secret puzzle things, like... There's gonna be like more lights on the north side, and then we have to go to a north section to do the north thing, or...
All right, everyone. Our main objective is getting back into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them. But the
Thanks.
rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
Alright, guess I'm going somewhere to do more puzzles. Whee! Listen, I know it seems facetious me saying it like that, but or sarcastic even. But I like puzzles, so okay, wait, is this wait, these are the same, but then it's displayed differently. That's interesting. Okay, but see, this is north 2, so we might as well go to north 1.
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful. Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
Part of the conversation was a cutout. That's interesting. Oh. I see. Bunch of crispy water around here. So we see where the elevator in is, but I'm guessing it's... Oh. 2 elevators? Okay. 2 elevators. Mind, body, do...
What the?
Oh. Am I getting confused about which one's actually me eventually? Okay, so I don't think... Now hold up here. So you can go click this button down, which opens that. Which is cool and all. But that doesn't really help us. So I need to go into here. Alright. So that's the fake me. The real me looks really unamused, to be honest, which is interesting. Okay. Alright, you, fake me, go into here. Do you think fake me could leave this place? Like, or is he gonna just be like, punk? Fake me? Oh gosh. Real me now looks like fake me. His eyes are open. Do you think there's anything about like keeping your original body intact the entire time? All the way through? Okay, so like that's the way down. I think I kind of like this a little bit more because it's more condensed than some of the other places. Leg up. Okay, so if I step on both of these, that doesn't really make a difference. That's platform. Alright, fake me, you do this, and then I just do this. Ah! And I can just take the platform from you, right? Mission accomplished. It's not too bad. Alright, bye, fake me.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
That's fair. Okay, so if I take this platform and I go, like, here, and I transfer it to them. Okay. So, but if I'm here like this, and I just go over to here, it works. Nice, smart. That was quick. It's like a really neat concept to go, like, using dual body stuff. It's really weird, though.
1K.
Hello.
I've been watching you solve these puzzles, and this body replication tech is incredible.
Yes.
It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
And the fact that, like, both of us can
You
be
can say
quote
that
unquote the
again.
same person.
Making even just one of us is bloody hard. We're not like toasters. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day.
I mean,
Not to
most
mention
computer
how
buildings like that,
hard
though.
it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof,
Well,
new
close
human.
enough. Well, yeah, but they don't have like a personality chip or whatever you want to call it. Conscience.
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
But isn't a civilization with 1,000 people also just as good? I guess, like, this is my concern.
The mayor seems to think so. But why? What are the actual reasons?
I mean, we seem to be doing fine the way we are.
No.
Oh,
no,
no.
we're not. Maintaining a functional civilization isn't as easy as people think. Just keeping the lights on takes constant work and effort. The average citizen of New Jerusalem may not notice that, but that's because people like me keep everything running. And to tell you the truth, right now, it's all falling apart. It's slow, so most people don't notice it. Even I didn't really want to admit it to myself, but it's true.
But the question is like adding more people going to resolve it? Like that's the question, because you're inciting that more people throwing more chefs into the kitchen is going to solve a fundamental problem. It won't, though.
I suppose you might be right. If we focus on optimizing, we might be able to squeak by. But is that really the better path? When we have all these other possibilities? I don't know.
But is adding more...
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are,
Oh, it shows
but the technology
already.
itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible.
What the fudge
And
is that?
1K, just think about this. If we had stopped making new citizens, you wouldn't be here. And isn't it wonderful to exist? Simply to be in this world? Consciousness is a gift.
Where'd it go? Is it this way? Gosh, like the banana just feels like some thumping in my brain. Passing through. So this is going to be one of the challenge ones, which should be fine. Alright, so we got a cube. That's nice. I love cubes. And we got a me and a platform. Alright, what can you do, me? Ooh. Jammer. Now there's two me's. And we got a platform. Okay, so then... that's kind of a problem. That doesn't really help me. Wait. What if we... See, I would have assumed that it would bonk my head there, but okay. Like, there's a way to get over? Wait, hold on. Is there just a hole? I think that's big enough. We just gotta, you know. Okay, it wasn't big enough. Taking that from you. I'll place this here. You come closer. That's still not enough either. What the fudge is going on here then? Like, I was thinking that would be conceptually what I need to do, right? Like, you get on top of him, and he moves the thing. Hold on. Wait. Oh, that's so good. Oh, don't jump. You just take it and move around with it. Okay. That's great.
I'm glad to see all those overloads haven't damaged your logic circuits.
So wait, was this one of the triangle ones, or is this an actual legit one? Oh, no, it's a triangle one. Where did the blue thing go, though? Like, we triggered it. And then it just went by so quickly. I guess I'll find it eventually. Somewhere. Alright, check it out, number 4 here. Oh, that's where you went to. Oh, gosh, there's 3 of me. How am I going to keep track of who's who now? Alright, obviously enough, you. Take this platform. Get back to me. Jump up, jump up. You. Like there's 3 of me now. You place this like right here. Jump back to this guy. Look up. Alright, so the question is like, okay, so I need to like stack myself 3 high because I obviously can't get to that right now. So then the question, I like the way that I differentiate between them is basically say, hey, you get a platform. Oh, I get it now. So I jump on one, I take control of him, he jumps here, and then he jumps on here, and then he goes down to that one, and then we just go... And then I place this here. Jump like that. Jump like this. Boom! Don't know where the other one went, but you know what? We'll go find out. Unless I gathered it. Did I gather it? I don't know. Wait, does the tube mean that I have like... Sorry, wrong button. Oh yeah, it means social media posts. Please give of the alleged presence of the founder at the side of the megastructure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock. I wasn't even sure the founder was still alive. Of course she is. And now that we've reached completion day, she has sent us her sacred messengers. Could still be aliens pretending to be the founder. It's not aliens, and if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has no one apparently chained the other? The day of her return is imminent. So now you see, like, this is the whole entire thing. Like, something new is happening, and then we're all like, it's old, it's mythological, and like everybody's trying to go from this it's from the founder instead of being like, we don't have enough information, so let's try to, you know, give it a little bit more time. So now you agree that Byron's right to want an expedition. In fact, it was the founder's will all along, and when you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the founder? Your words aren't going to help you when the founder returns, Arunia. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotions inherent In this matter, we should be careful not to get it swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. Thank you! Somebody who is actually smart. I can't help but wonder, but if Miranda is her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? Ooh, I'm between like the top two, but I guess, you know. Valid point, she had enormous responsibilities from the very beginning, and while we were a family, she had too many burdens to ever have a private life of her own. I understand your point, but why leave Cornelius behind then? That's none of our business. Fair enough. Technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Every argument about how hard it is to get access to the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can create more people. 1K doesn't have to be last, and it would be easy. Are we really going to give up on this because of the goal? Energy doesn't just come from out of nowhere. We have no idea what the real cost behind this technology is. Besides, the goal is an ideal, not just a limit. We ran into it by accident. It is the will of the founder. Yeah, right. It's not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It's clear to all, but the most radical, that humanity needs limits for its own sake and for the sake of the planet. You say that as if it was self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas into a conversation under the disguise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. I believe the result of human history speaks for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Shocking that anyone would value human beings and think that maybe our ancestors could have solved the problem using their brains instead of preaching misery for all. That maybe there is some effing point to in blaming other factors beyond technology and growth. Like, I don't know, people in positions of authority preaching their self-important effing morality instead of trying to solve ordinary people's problems. Authority. I'm just an academic. It's completely disingenuous and you know it. Your click was the mayor's ear. Click? I assure you there's no such thing. This conversation is getting a hand. If you can't behave, I'm shutting this thread down. You know, it's irritating, but it should be allowed. Sorry to have irritated you, 1K, but thank you for speaking up. New Jerusalem is a democracy, and without free speech, democracy is a sham. A lovely sentiment, but you should try moderating this forum and see what it's like. If every conversation is allowed to explode, instability is guaranteed. We have to set reasonable limits on behavior. Thread closed. Not wrong. Okay, so we got that. Oh, hey, it's just right there. Is it gonna head to the bit? It's going to head up there. You little. Ah! Can you just be mine? Cheeky bugger. Come back here. I want you.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna keep following the pathway here. Eventually I'll see it again. Oh, there it goes. It's going all the way. It's gonna be there. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Well, mission accomplished. It's done now.
We cannot return to the past, but the future can redeem all that has happened.
Not wrong. I mean, fundamentally, you know, the past is the past. What's happened has happened. You can't change it. You can't do anything about it. And it's one of those things, like, you just have to think about what you can do to the future to, you know, correct anything that, well, to make sure the same thing doesn't happen again, I think is fundamentally what I'm saying there. Or, yes, is what I should be saying. Confusions. Okay, so I'm curious, like, is there something... Yeah, so there's 5 down here. Yeah. Man. This game has, like, a gorgeous setup. Beautiful. Alright, number 5, here we go. The gift. Alright, so red and a thing. And a thing. Ah. Oh, and there's a me up there. Okay. Oh. The tease. I'm standing here going like, is it free? No, it's not free. Gosh. So I guess the question is, okay, so that does that. So I guess what I want to do is I want to jump over here, right? And then we take the cube. Is there like... Oh, there's a ladder. Okay. Me? Can you hold this here? Drop the tool first. How do I get the tool out? This from him? I can't. Alright, you know what? I did it. Alright, I'm gonna stand here, fake me. Come here. Do that. Thank you. Doesn't really help. I can't just take it from him. Wait. Am I just not allowed? There we go. Thank you, fake me. Bye, fake me.
I can't imagine spending years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful.
It's
in
more
its
about
own way.
freedom.
But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder
Not
if
our
there are
ancestors.
wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
What's this out here? Oh gosh, it's another pathway. Oh wait, is it? Oh, there is. This way? Like, I'm trying to stick to pathways the best as I can. Oh, it's hand reading. Ugh, more reading. I don't know. Eventually I have to, like... Listen, speaking for, like, so many hours straight is just not part of my forte. And apparently reading makes it worse. Just mostly because I don't have, like, the ability to stand in a certain context of, hey! No reading! Yay! Yippee! Lift pleasure! Let's go.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
Exactly. Without the context of what is not there, what is there just seems plain. Alright. On a personal reminiscence of Mictu, there are some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who are quietly hold things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side, he calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track, reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that we had brought us this far. I cannot imagine how painful it is that there have been when Athena left him behind. When he went on this so-called research expedition, most people thought he was looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After he returned, Cornelius was different. He founded the Museum of Simulation and very rarely left his premises. The archive scholars doted on him, but he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustathius, and only then did I slowly understand how much of the city had lost. Oof. God appears and God is light to those poor souls who dwell at night, but does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day. Excerpt from Considerations by Eustathius. While it is hard from our vantage point to fully believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe in the existence of a prime mover, not a designer as such, certainly not in a interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself in motion. I do not know if it's possible for us to ever truly understand this being, since it must be defined, by definition, exists outside our understanding of reality. But I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we die? All of this I cannot answer, but I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some manner of brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, so whatever forces animate us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of our conscious, proceeds from the prime mover. What do you think about this, Mother? Wow. Calling it out right here. I don't believe in any prime mover, but I thought you should read it because Eustachius is an intelligent person, and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectfully consider points of view we don't agree with. True. From the book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustachius. Or Eustathius. I'm just going to stick with whatever pronunciation comes first to mind. If monarchy is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses, but feel nothing but depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plants, not narrow canyons between buildings? We love all this technology so much. Why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by inhumanity and older forms of living that's something to offer. It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature, though we are ourselves entirely technological beings. We enjoy and value the Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere, but does that mean that progress is just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests, or is it mean that technology progression and a love of natural world are not in fact mutually exclusive? And yet, if this person was left on his own somewhere in the wilderness, he would feel nothing but terror. The appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. True, but he's still right. So much of what our ancestors created in their last years was alienating to the majority of people. And the question isn't one of modernity, but of control. Partially why I like this game is just like it just kind of gives this thought of like, what does it mean?
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
It's one way to view it. Just trying to think about this conceptually. Okay, let's pause for a second here. So, talking about before about like the grand expedition of like people like, hey, we see disgust in skyscrapers and stuff like that, and I think it's partially to do with more or less how people view the world. It's kind of hard to throw it into exact words, because the thing about it is everybody grows up in kind of a different things, and I don't think not everybody is much of a nature person by proxy. So, but we have developed ourselves to a point where, you know, nature doesn't really, it isn't really exactly, yeah, I think this is as far as I can take that conversation, because it's like, I appreciate, you know, more quietly places than I do big cities and stuff like that, where less people are and stuff like that, but I am also technology bound. I can say that. Like, it's such a hard thing to conceptualize into like a good point or a good like function of something for it. But anyways, I guess regarding what she mentioned, like I don't know if it exactly would be a duty of us that's needed, right? Like, oh, you are here, okay. What do you do? What does that do? Okay, that opens this. That's cool. Not really useful. Okay, so now we can open you. That's also cool. You can also step on that, which makes red appear. Okay, so I think we need that. We need to take this. I don't... So, like, I want to... Well, I want to give this to him. I'm just... Not even in sight. Still not in sight. Okay, there we go. We got this. Okay, now the question becomes getting that over here. Here, you want to take that back? Oh, where's the other me? Oh, there you are. Alright, so we kind of need that one there, but I can go onto this one, and then I don't even have myself in view. Am I still not in... So easy to lose track of yourself. So easy. Lovely though. Oh, private message. Linux. Well, okay, my name is Linux. I'm an engineer in the city. It seems we share a mutual acquaintance, Doge. Thinks we could work well together. Yes, I was interested to meet you. I like to connect with people who put facts before faith, so I'll be direct. The powers that be prefer to keep our society in stasis. They'd rather you were the last of our kind than seek new ways for us to live. They'd rather avoid the big question than reveal answers they may not like. But I can't accept that it's wrong to use what we know to solve the problems before us. We wouldn't be here without technological solutions, learning, growth, mistakes. Those things are what we are. I can agree with that. I know we both have hope for the future, and your expedition beyond the city walls presents a rare opportunity, which leads me to my purpose in contacting you. But before we get to that, I know your inquiring mind. What would you like to know? Can you explain to me who you are? I'm a chief engineer of fluid dynamics. Our city runs on hydroelectric power. We'd be better off building nuclear reactors, but I just run the dam. Our place of birth and source of life, so what do I know? And hey, maybe they're right. Maybe if we had more energy, we'd go so fast we'd suffocate. I'd just rather test that hypothesis than spend an eternity fixing leaks. Where are you? Knee deep in river water, pulling in tin cans from overflowed sluice 8. Our ancestors so loved tin cans. Okay, now the fundamental why are you? I do physics, not metaphysics, but I'll give you a go. I suppose at the beginning there was nothing, and nothing implies something, and zeros and ones got progressively more complex until eventually you and I popped out. That's actually a pretty solid answer, dude. I just want to know what you want with me. I think the island you're exploring holds knowledge far in advance of our own. There'll be a great pressure on your team to leave it hidden, but those secrets belong to us all. We all deserve to learn and grow. I just want you to approach your work using scientific outlook you've been programmed with. Ask questions, be open to answers which challenge your assumptions, and above all, if you find what you find has consequences for us all, you mustn't keep it to yourself. We've already encountered advanced technologies. I mean, it's already been posted, so. I know, Byron and I have been anticipating this opportunity for some time. I'm certain you're going to find more. I wish in return, I could share everything I know with you now, but that time will come. For now, I need to ask would you keep your relationship between us. The dynamics of in New Jerusalem are complex enough. So, what do you think? Are you willing to work with me? It seems kind of shady. But yeah, sure, let's do this. Excellent. And who knows? Like, maybe it's not like just a commitment right now, and then I'll just be like, don't know, never knew this guy in my life. And then I'll have to scrub the mail messages like often like they do. Excellent. We'll usually there's a bit more ceremony when somebody new joins the cause. Nothing fancy, just a solo branding with oxygen peroxide. But we'll have to wait until your next in the city. In the meantime, welcome to the Society Systemica. Wait, is this some kind of secret society? I say it's more special interest working group. Nothing is more important to science than transparency. And at the same time, we don't always have the luxury of ignoring social realities, which sometimes demand discretion. Which is to say, I can't exactly refute your suggestion, but I'd certainly discourage it. Is there a secret handshake? Well, yes, now that you mention it, though it's not exactly a randomly generated code phrase. 44 laughing lullabies. Are there others? Other members of Systematica, or other groups like ours. To be fair, I can't tell you much about either, as I'd like, but reason would suggest that you and I are not unique in this world. Are there rules? First rule about Fight Club. Don't talk about Fight Club. You'd think so, but we largely depend on shared ideals. There may be no specific rule set, but I trust that we all know an error when we see one. Okay. Thanks. We'll stay in touch. We all know an error when we see one. Yeah, you know, I can't quite put my finger on what makes this what it is, but I'll know it when I see it. Flippin' policy. Alright. I'm guessing that one's probably 7, and then that one up there's... Okay, no, wait, 8's over there. So then one of these is going to be the mystery puzzle. Well, it's not 7, so it's got to be a puzzle. Oh, it's a golden gate. What is that? Oh, it's probably one of the 4 quadrants being completed. Okay, so that's already done. That's up to the Sphinx, which the Sphinx is going to be great. That's a long trek. We'll do it on our way down. If I remember. I'll probably remember. You know what? Before we get into 7, let's go check the Sphinx out and see what it's got to offer. Maybe it's just gonna be like a 1-2. Here you go. Solve my riddle. I don't know how I feel about that. It's definitely like overview. And then there's that, right? But then is it talking about like other islands? There's like a pin in the corner, bottom corner one. I really don't understand it. But I think if I like go too far out from this place, like if I try to go run to the beach, like I'm gonna get nuked. So, wait, what? What is this? Wait, what is... Maybe I put an A in it? But, I don't get it. In fact, I can't put an A, because, like, that would need, like, a 4. Yeah. I mean, you could do this. Come on. We're just gonna roll and down the setters so we know that we found it, but I don't really get it. And oh boy, if I have to go another week, I'm gonna lose all hope in myself. Okay, so there's a platform thing up there. We have a friend. A fan. Okay. You. Take the platform. Hit the button. Oh, whoopsies. Alright, taxi me around. Let's go. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't have enough to... Okay. I have no idea what this will do for me, but I'm assuming I could just go... walk into here. And then mission accomplished.
Congratulations. That one looked difficult.
Yeah, it didn't feel too bad, especially with like playing the other one. What do the buttons on the side mean, though? Sometimes I feel this game gives more questions than it does answers. What was that? Oh, right. This question mark. This is a long trek. Good thing I can just ignore the road and just go straight. tread my own path, for the most part. I think this will be safe enough. I mean, if the game really wanted to be a jerk about it, they could have just been like, yeah, no, you gotta stay on the path. Bzzz. Okay, now they're being interesting. Path is just gone. What is this?
There's an old saying about how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves. Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories. But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
I thought it was more like nature will claim everything, though. From Arcadia Trinity and our likeness, essays on humankind reaching adulthood. With alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe that a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past, and yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. It is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider that life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry. Now, how cold they were, how hungry, how frightened in the cruelty of nature, that unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured, how many of their children they had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding tidal wave of grief. The battle for human emancipation is not over yet, and the path has been far from straightforward, and yet in but a few thousand years we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer their lives held ransom by politics and economics, but at least now we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. Ain't wrong about that. Conceptually, like the whole entire thing about it is it's true, right? Like, we have a lot of diseases nowadays that we've resolved, we've made them better, and honestly, it is a boon for human society. The fact of the matter is that we can, basically live comfortable. But it starts to become a question about, what is the next age and the next step of humanity in the case of, we're not exactly fending for food ourselves at this point and stuff like that, but it's not always like it's not like there wouldn't be ever a time where something would happen and we basically would regress. Like man, this game makes you think in a lot of different ways. From Patia's Journal, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. I'm also, like, my voice is starting to go too, especially because of all this reading. We had a bit of an incident today, nothing major, but still woke us up. Sun was away from the camp alone, even though we had agreed that we should go always in teams. And she encountered a group of herbivores that we saw on the first day. Cows, they're called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Eustasis says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe. But I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first, friendly even. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well, till a group of wolves, formerly dogs, type of pet, entered the clearing, causing a stampede. Sun is alright, only managed scratches the bodywork and a few torn wires, but it's a close call. I guess we've gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. But we'll have to be more careful from now on.
Now, I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
Listen, I'm just gonna throw this out there. There's somebody who's gonna say that, regardless. Like, you solved cancer. Congratulations. But hey, we've also built up a bunch of... I realized me saying it the way I did was facetious, like very rough around the edges for it, but sorry. The point of the matter is that medical industries have also built up a bunch of industries about curing certain diseases, in quote curing in quotation marks, or at least functionally having it so that people don't suffer with them. Which, yes, it's good, but yes, if an all-around cure, some of those people would be like, oh, but my business, which is just dumb. Do right by the people. Oh, it be me. Oh gosh. Oh, the problem is I know that these are gonna be like 10 miles long. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. From Quentin. Dear founder, I've never got to know you. People tell all these stories about you, and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. Others say Cornelius is too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical, and we should listen to the mayor. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting a straight answer. Well, that's what society is all about, dude. Why have you bent us in this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort everything out? If you're reading these messages, don't you care? Go figure your damn self. You're smart. Rodam to Athena. Dear founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I'm grateful for the life that you have, which would not exist without you. I hope wherever you are now, you're at peace. Oh, so you just killed her off in like 2 seconds. Groping in the dark. Must we run trials? Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch. That's true. And fair. Alright, so these should be the schematics for that lovely thing in front of us.
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
What is this? Oh, great. This was the one I was worried about. Oh, great sacred founder, I believe I have discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us, the absurd and strategic goal they have us working towards. This hubristic completion day foolishness was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem is a depiction. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it's when you and the first companions live humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors. They showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such hardy bodies if she had intended us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. Your teachings have been obscured and perverted by ideologies Worst of all, by the traitor Byron, who once was like a son to you. But you should know that there are still those of us who remember the truth and await the blessing. Wait, is there like a third faction? Byron is not the... Am I called Byron a traitor? I don't understand that part, but... When surely justice will be meted out, and humanity will finally return to its intended path. That is weird. Yep, here we go again. We assembled on the vast green lawn outside the reactors, beginning to slowly wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who had fought against the decommissioning seemed crushed. There was supposed to be a speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners, endlessly reciting the facts, the statistics on mortality per trillion kilowatt hour. Lifespan of reactor, minimal land footprint, almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost a kind of glossolalia. Yeah. As far as the protesters outside were concerned, it might as well have been an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and it was enough. The technology sound of the compound was deeply, inherently wrong. It was a sin. Could not help but think the moment on August 6th, 1945, when the sky erupted above Shima Hospital. My imagination could never be fully encompassed it. How do you imagine more than 70,000 people annihilated in an instant? An ancestor of mine was in that hospital. He went from being a doctor, a husband, a father, a pacifist, stuck in a terrible ward, to being a pile of bleached bones covered in rubble, all in a single second. Not an accident, but because of the choice someone made. Not because of a reactor, but because of a bomb. Just 2 days earlier, contradicting his campaign promises, the Prime Minister had suggested that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would be an acceptable risk for the conflict continued. Very few seem to find this particularly shocking or outrageous. They're afraid of reactors, but not of bombs. Spokeswoman gave up on finding her notes. It was starting to rain. People were walking away. She grabbed the microphone. By the time you regret this, it'll be too late, she said. But honestly, I don't know if I care anymore. Maybe you have it coming. The spokeswoman sounds so bitter. The protesters didn't mean any harm. From their perspective, they were doing good. People might think they're doing good when they get collectively outraged. That doesn't make them right. Collective action can change the world when it's deliberate and based in reason, but it can also become a mental trap or a societal pressure valve. That's pretty true. Term random. The thought terminating click. Or cliche? Cliche. As you continue reading, there's a useful concept that I would like to keep in mind. The thought terminating cliche. This is a type of phrase, often a slogan or saying, which sounds meaningful, but really intended to make you stop thinking. To pick up an example from our history, someone in the simulation might say things like, "It's the will of Elohim," or "It serves the process," and that would be that. Case closed. Who knows how many iterations have never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that a thought-terminating cliche is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning the whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. We must protect X, where X is a nation, a philosophy, public order, or even the planet itself. But while you may agree with the element, all kinds of assumptions may be included about how to protect something, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is. If you stop there, just because you agree with the surface level statement, the result may be the opposite of everything you wanted, like those who chose to serve Elohim, and in doing so prevented him from achieving his true purpose. Not wrong. Like, if you basically leave somebody in a vacuum and say, "Hey, guy, you're doing a great job, buddy," say that while looking at myself in a test tube. Often it goes back and, you know, slimes in somebody's face. Whoa. Bright light. Alright, number 8. Drilling party. Okay. Okay, so I see a drill. And a way up. Okay, is there like a second me? Oh, there's a second me. But I can't control him from up here. That's a thing. I gotta do that. Look at me, I'm free. Actually, hold on. Yoink. Ugh. If I do that, I think that's partially what I want to do. Oh, somebody rang my doorbell, so I guess I'm going to be right back for a second. Anyways, where was I on this? Alright, so we have him. We have 2 things out now. We don't technically need this here anymore. Conceptually, I would like to get him out, but we can just take these for right now. We can't, because we need 1 to go into there for right at this point. Okay, so that works. But like we've left him there. Yeah, see, that doesn't work. This is getting confusing. That makes sense, but like the problem is that I can't just get through here. So we need 2 to get through there anyways. And eventually we need to make it so that we can go... Would I be able to... Alright, let's, I guess, start from this point, taking this. Okay, so now we have 2 of these guys. They can be out running around, doing whatever they like. So what happens if I do it just like right about there? One of these guys will be able to get it, right? Oh, but I can't get... Yeah, that's close enough. Alright, he's through. So close yet so far. Oh. Like... Oh, I don't even have... Okay. Ah! One moment. Alrighty. Alright, a little bit of a blunder falling down there, but I think that's going to be fine. Right? Right. How does this even work? Oh, actually, wait, I could just drop this here. I was like, how am I going to get something else going on? And I'm like, it doesn't really matter. Wait, where is that? Oh, it seems like it's a spiral down from me. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I can jump up to here, which allows me to access. There's a way back. Okay. There's a me in there. The only way to get to me is to do a thing. I can't access myself from there. That's blocked. Ah. We can do that, that, and then I can probably do this. Take control of me, pop me out. I'm gonna fake me. There we go. Okay, and then we have blue. And then we have a red here with another connector. How? Okay. So part of it is gonna have to be. I guess like resolving this. So we get this one. We can grab the cube to take it over here. Which is good, right? Pop him a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Make him in sight, please. Okay, that's good. And grab that connector. So now we have two connectors. And then now the goal is to get blue. Great, it's got to be lifted up a little bit. There's not a way to take the cube back, though. That's, I guess, going to be the rough concept about this one. Because there's no... I mean, this is not going to work. Yeah. So then... So if I grab this... Wacky! Push me up there. It's like this, no. Yeah, but like this ain't gonna work. Yeah, see, not enough, like, space. Yeah, because the fact that like you have to go like all the way through here to even get it to... There's no way I'm gonna get the cube back. That's the part that gets me. And if we move this over here, then... There's not a way to get it back, right? Or am I wrong about that? Like, I can't just easily transfer stuff from one side to the other. It's like, this makes sense. That's blocked. I just don't think I understand this portion. It would make sense if I got the cube back, though, because then I could... How do I get the cube back? There's two of me. That helps. Drop the tool first. Maybe. Hold on. So if we take the fake comes over. No, he just takes the box. So is taking the box over to begin with kind of a bad idea? Well, no, because then, like, you can get the upper section here. Like, it's no big deal. Also, I've completely lost who's real and who's fake now. Yeah, I can't pick it up from here. Like, that's the only thing that makes, like, sense conceptually is, like, we get it right here. And I'm able to... No, actually, it still doesn't make sense. But, like, you lose sight of it, like, right here regardless. The only way to get would be to get both of these up here into this section, but you can only get one of them up here. Okay, cool. You can find your way back. Who's even the real me? Oh, wait. I need, I need the other me. Are you the real one or am I the real one? Hard to tell anymore. mean, probably in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter in this game. The only thing I was looking forward to is if there was an achievement of doing all these puzzles and then, you know, keeping consistent you. But hey, who wouldn't want a new body, right? Alright, so I think that's like all the puzzles here. Except for a mystery puzzle. Which I have no idea what it means exactly.
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seems so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
Ah, so she fell out of love with New Jerusalem, and then things kind of went haywire, and... Oh, this one heads that way, okay. And people are like, oh, why did the founder leave us? Okay, so, like, what's interesting is, like, standing up here is that, like, this is the thing that we got. So, like, an A, C, there's, like, a T here. Oh, maybe it could have been a T. Am I being knocked on? What? B or B? You know, let me just put it this way. For what's been going on. If you want to drop by and you want to tell me, like, hey, here's what our services are, fantastic. But, like, man, these guys are pushy to a point. And I understand, like, I don't have a great way of saying no. But, man, they make those guys run around so much. Anyways, regardless of that, like, I want to spend a little bit of time looking into the puzzle and stuff like that, but I am definitely close to considering, like, what I'm going to be doing is ending the stream. But I mean, what does any of that mean, though? Like, part of me thinks it's, like, related to like, the pathways and stuff like that. So, like, this is a pathway somewhere, that's a pathway somewhere, but then it doesn't really make much sense in terms of, like, layout and mapping. Because a lot of these are straight jumps off of the thing, and it seems like this is, like, the entire area. Right. So let's consider, like, this being part of this area here, right? Then if we go down here, it says T. So, like, down this way, does that kind of map out the same? Like, is there going to be, like, a back and forth here? Well, not to this thing. Here. It's fine. Joints are okay. There's not really much of a back and forth here, though. Yeah, there's not, like, no... It's just a long pathway back. Plus that's, you know, Prometheus and stuff like that. I guess I could take a look around the, what's the 5th puzzle here? Whee! Just a little bit of off-roading. Wait, doesn't it just spell cat? It says C-A-T. Maybe that is part of what it is. Just like 3 of the different areas mean, 3 different areas in the puzzle. Cause, like... Okay. She's just standing there. Yeah, see here. So I'm guessing this is T. So there should be 3 of them. Also, I didn't realize it said cat, looking at the statue originally, because, like, it just didn't look. What if all of them just have those, and I'm just, Okay. I'm gonna say, like, this doesn't make sense. That does, though, because that would be the one next to the Sphinx. But if I go to this one, there isn't going to be one on it. Fingers crossed. This is kind of dangerous. I didn't actually completely fall down. That's... Nope, gone. This might be worse. I can get back up though, right? You're gonna allow it? Hey, I hit a lot of it. And the question is, what kind of A do they need? Because like C makes sense, T makes sense, but like A is the wild card, right? Because sometimes people do like the whole, okay, this is not good. Yeah, there is definitely not one here. Hey, there's a pathway. Was there a pathway here before? Actually, I don't think there was. Where does this head down to? Or up to? Where does it go? Ah, it's one of these things. And that's...
I think you just picked up some kind of decryption
That's
key.
it.
Could try using it on those terminals inside the puzzles.
I don't really care to do that, though. I like stretching my brain out and being like, for several hours at a time. It's real great. Philosophy. Yeah, you have to be like real careful about where you're at with this thing. Okay, so we were up there, and that was a no. But then this one here. Oh, that's a golden gate puzzle, right? Like that's not gonna. It's not gonna contain one that I actually want. It's gonna contain. It's not gonna contain one though. Like that's the thing. Whoa. Hey, Kai, thank you so much for the raid and everything like that. Hello, Piglin Arts. How have you been doing? I think it's been a while since we've even talked. Never gotten to raid me. That's true. But anyways, hey everybody, welcome. Is this Elder Scrolls based? No, this is Talos Principle 2, which if you've played the first one is like heavily logic puzzle based. Currently I'm kind of just roaming around the outside world to check around for like secret puzzles and stuff like that. Just thrown right into it. Yeah, pretty much, but it's all fair for the course. But yeah, a lot of it's more like just logic-based puzzles. So like here's one that I performed where you just basically make sure everything's lined up and it works out all right. But I'm more interested in what's going on the outside here. I don't... Does this make an A or does that make an A? Is kind of the question. Because like right now what I'm doing is looking at... There we go, this one right here. So, if you look at this is the kind of the puzzle we're given, where we have each of these four areas, and I'm thinking the letters relate up to the thing. Oh, the game's ginormous. Like, you're talking, there's like 12 different like islands consisting of so many puzzles and stuff like that. And this is just one set. Like, it's insanity. Granted, there's been a lot of reading, and it makes my voice kind of go out a little bit. Okay, so one of these out here should be the other one that I'm missing, though, and that should be the C. So... should hopefully have... yeah, that's not safe. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Was there another one out further? Because there's that one there, which was the A. Where's the triangle at? Maybe if I find that, that'll help. Because, I mean, I think this would be it. Lagging on your ended buffering? It could be me. To be honest, I've been trying to multi-stream and stuff like that, and I don't know if that experience is even great. There's nothing. Also, this game does take quite a bit to run in a lot of stages. Bum, 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 bum. How do I feel about multi-streaming? It's not a great experience. Hey, there we go. Found it. Wait, what? Well, now this makes sense about the, like, more sense for the A. Alright, well, I guess this is more of an A territory. That one in, and... Wait, pattern is already... Wait, it tells you? This game's so generous and nice. Okay, that was close. Anyways, returning to the multi-streaming thought, like, YouTube is more, I don't know, like, YouTube seems more like it's like, hey, you have one stream, you have an intentional plan, and that's it. But, like, with, Twitch, it seems a little bit more flexible and stuff like that. Like, props to anybody who does it and keeps up with it well, but I just don't think it's super worth it. It's better to have, like, YouTube as, like, a secondary thing for VODs or, like, for super cut streams. Yeah, that's the impression I got. Like, it doesn't seem like it's made just for game streaming by itself. Alright, so, like, I guess the question is like, is this the T or is this the C? Oh, this is the T. Funny thing is, I was looking over there and being like, oh, that's a diamond over there. Apparently I'm wrong. Yep. I definitely love to think a little bit more about the kind of puzzles that I do, instead of just being like, you know, figure it out. Just by messing around, but it's kind of the exploratory way. Alright, so that means we have to go back to that one. And that should be our C. And then we'll spell cat. It's weird how they would assume that, well, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense for post-humanity to be fascinated by cats. There we go. See, I accidentally put 2 here. Ah. The problem is that I have to also go all the way back now. Well, apparently their standing in this game is that cats have stayed domesticated all the while, like dogs and stuff like that have returned to wolves. And it's like, I don't know if that really makes sense of like an evolution standpoint of it, like them going forward and then regressing back, or I guess, you know, getting domesticated and then coming back. Yeah, true. Like a good chunk of them, I guess. I mean, there is such a thing as indoor and outdoor cats, but I guess the concept isn't like quite like they've been domesticated as much as, yeah, they just kind of live with you. Although apparently the cats in this game are little rascals. Yakut's one ends up being quite a rat and stuff like that, and apparently just chews on anything electrical.
If the fool persisted in his foolishness, would he become wise?
Weird concept, but possibly? Possibly. Alright. So we'll get up into primarily what, like, the, I don't know, more philosophical stuff that goes on in this game, which is basically just heading up to the top and, going through the ring here. Which is, this game has its own Tetramino puzzles. And this one actually seems like it's more limiting than the previous ones, so. Okay, so it's gotta be one of these, right? Oh no, one of these. There we go. Sorry, I don't really have much of a lower command. That doesn't work. This one makes sense. Okay, I can do that, but then that just ends it towards there. That one doesn't work and that one doesn't work. So let's back up here. There we go. Long straight piece. Now we're getting towards the very end, so this should be pretty quick and easy enough to do. Nice. My favorite games from 2023. You'll have to give me a moment, but we'll listen to the Sphinx here.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
I feel like the Sphinx asked me a similar question before. But it was about taking fire. They were forged by Hephaestus. So the question is, was it correct for Hephaestus to have his change used like this? I want to say like this one makes the most sense reading it so far, because while he forced the chains, it wasn't quite. It was somebody else who had the intent to use them differently than him. I could just skip the nonsense. But let's live in the nonsense.
And is Hephaestus therefore absolved of the responsibilities of the Creator?
See, this game always puts you in these hard spots of thinking about this. Because, like, yeah, you did make it, but if your intent wasn't for this to be used in such a way, like, it kind of does lie with Zeus for the most part.
It is
but
not only those with power who
you can
have
make an
choices.
argue both ways.
As you continue your journey to the flame, remember Hephaestus and the burdens of the blacksmith.
Are you saying I'm creating my own problems here?
The pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from.
Almost like it's a
Changing
video
enough
game.
elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know.
You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
You could? I think I'm actually impressed.
But yeah, that's been the pattern so far for each one that we go to, basically. Go to the top of the tower, talk to some entity, and yeah. Go to another island and solve more puzzles. But some of my favorite games. So I did play Tears of the Kingdom, and I'd say that's good, but it was basically like more Breath of the Wild, which not a bad thing. I think I also finished up like Metroid Dread this year. Of course, I've been playing this, and this has been fantastic so far. Does that always have a red outline before? That should be fine. Oh, I absolutely enjoyed Dread and stuff like that. More or less, I kind of like started it and then just returned to it to finish up and stuff like that. And like,
You're on your way to an island. Yes.
Such a good play
another
on like
island. Sorry, Melville.
the previous games and stuff like that, but is so much more sped up and had like a really good fluidity to it.
Long before the founder came here,
Didn't like any of the
Another legacy of our ancestors.
main enemy that chases you
Do me a
down. I can't just
favour,
remember
will
the
you?
name for it.
Look for another one of the Founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
Yeah, the Emmy. That's what it's called. Sorry, it just didn't really come to my brain. I'm also trying to think about any other games I've played and stuff like that. Which I play a lot of games. The problem is just trying to remember everything. Actually, hold on. I can take a peek at. Hold on. How much history in my Steam do I have? Oh yeah, I got heavily into Vampire Survivors. That's one thing. I've been playing Persona 3 quite a bit, but like haven't completed it. Both have been fun experiences. I did finish Iconoclasts, which is kind of like a fun Metroidvania, which does remind me that I played Shantae. Too many games, but it's really hard to say like lasting experiences. Like, oh yeah, and then Baldur's Gate is really good. That's true too. Oh yeah, actually, Pseudo Regalia is definitely one I'd say hit really well for the time I played it. Oh yeah, I totally played Outer Wilds a while back, and that experience is just fantastic. Wow, they're just throwing a Sphinx puzzle right in the face. Okay, well that's wonderful. Outer Wilds still sits with you. Yeah, I can't wait until I forget a lot of things. And then I can get back to it at some point. Because I do have the DLC and haven't finished it. But it was starting to get like a little... It felt like the DLC was great. And everything was so good. But it, like, at the rate I was going with it, I was like, I need to take a break with it. It's tough. It was an experience. What is this? Okay. I guess we can just take charges with us now. Is it, like, lasting? Ooh. Oh, I get it. So we take this, take a charge, come back here, charge it from the other end. It's even nice, like, when this game goes, hey, here's a new concept and everything. Learn it. Oh, you have to... Oh, hold and charge it. There we go. Good thing I only need to go through this once. Yeah, I definitely need to return it to it at some point, but main game's fantastic.
Explored just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking for resources, trying to make sense of the world we'd been thrust into, trying to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats, just to see what else there was.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, Al. They were family to me.
Sorry. It didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt. That's what kept us going.
Oh, gosh. Oh, I get it now. Is there any games that are worth looking for in 2024, though? I think that's a decent question, but I can't even think of one at this point. Actually, wait. What am I? No, I'm actually on the wrong track. Never mind. Brain needs to think about this for a little bit more, because this is one that combines. And my brain was like, ah, yes, I can just... That doesn't really work. Oh. I mean, to be honest, you don't really need a PC nowadays and stuff like that. Like, my... like, conceptually, like, I've bought a Steam Deck and stuff like that, and being able to play games on that is great. And even conversely, because of, like, Xbox Game Pass and stuff like that, like, most new games actually just come out to Game Pass, so you can just, you know, buy an Xbox Series S and stuff like that and Game Pass and be fine for the most part. Although, granted, if we do get new... Oh, I don't really want to think about it. Ah. Yeah, that starts to become a problem. Like, so if I need to populate all of these... But then the problem is trying to get this. Like, this is what's going on in my brain right now, because I need to populate both blues that are on the opposite sides, and then I need to get the center green. So I think blue's the correct choice here. Wait. Okay, that does not work. I was like, if you combine blue with blue, does it just shoot out more blue? Hi, lasers. Would you please work kindly for me? Whoopsies. Because that's the thing about it. You can't have lasers cross over. Okay, is there like something... Well, no, because like... Okay, so... Oh! Hey, look, we make green. We charge, we get green. Right, and then we do this, and then we take green, and then we take red, and then we do blues. There we go. Oh, that one actually really made me think. I've seen that traversing around sometimes, and I'm always curious about what it is exactly, but I mean, it's just a blue sparkly thing. I think it's gonna be fine. Alright. I think my main goal right now is just kind of get through these puzzles. I really don't want to do more reading at this point, but that's probably where I'm gonna end after this. Crossing. Okay, so we have a charging. Wait, why is that? Oh. Free cube! Alright, so first of all, let's jam this. Okay. And that probably... Okay, that doesn't answer many of my questions now. Actually, no, this definitely adds more confusion than anything. So I think I want to start off with getting... There's no way I can... Yeah, it's not going to allow me to place it on there because that's just going to... What? Right, so the blue one's connected to here, right? And that's going to end up blocking it once I figure out how to get it charged. But the problem is getting it charged right now because... How? I mean, this doesn't, like, give us enough height to... So I need... But if I take this, then that just... I am greatly confused about this one. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay. Hopefully this is going to be enough. It's charged. I forgot that fans were also part of the electrical system. Alright, so we take the accumulator. We also need to go grab the cube. Drop it. Grab the accumulator. And there we go. This allows us to grab the jammer. Use that here. Yeah, I think I'm like 2 steps away. So we can just take this. Okay, yeah. You need to discharge it first. Get red power. And then hopefully this brings down the... Yeah, gate.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Is it though? Like, I would assume Byron would have been a little bit more on the uptake of, hey, not everything is clear cut as it is. Try to look a little bit more in depth. But I mean, it's a bunch of robots spouting philosophy, so what do I know? Okay, so accumulators just make this a little bit more interesting because, well, now anything, I can get power to anywhere. So, and oh gosh, this place is huge. So take the time, look at a couple of things, figure out what you can do, and then go from there? Okay, I need to think about this further. So there's red here, and I can get to red there, but I don't have 2 things in order to do so. I only have 1 that can. Hold on. Wait. Nope, I'm getting lost in the maze. Okay, that's behind there. So we definitely want the blue to get blue here first. So is there a way for us to cleanly do this? The only way would be from like right here. Or through there. But this is also like shoved away far back. Yeah, I guess the main question is it red or blue first? Wait. Oh, right, that's a gate. That doesn't work that way. Yeah, this doesn't really work out. It needs to be around here. Music just goes knock 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 and I'm like, door? So like the more I look at this, the more I'm like, wait, hold on. Ooh, not there. Oh man, all the way back here. Really having to think about like what angles you're pulling off. And now we got this. Yeah. Okay. That's a thing. Alright, so we could probably get a blue charge from that if necessary. But I'm more interested in red at this point. So if I take this connector and do that, I get red. And if I take the red connector, drop this, that also gets red. Question is like, where does this become useful? Like all the way back here? So all we do is just take this and then find out where it is. Man. really kind of stretching. Okay. And the last bit is to get red here. You know, if I was a little bit wiser about looking about where I placed things, this would be a little bit easier. Okay, so here we have that. Can we... Ooh, I don't like this. Probably gonna have to find an angle that works. For both of them. Yeah, that doesn't work on either one of them. I think we place it around here. That works for that one. And so we just gotta position the other one just right. Okay, a little bit back, a little bit more. There we go. Just like Goldilocks.
Good job, 1K.
I still think it's ridiculous they call me 1K. Like everybody else. Full on, cool, fancy name. Me? Number. Represented in the worst way possible. One of these days I should just be able to look at a number, look at the number and figure out where it is. Balance of forces. Okay, so obviously that's going to allow me to step through. Might as well just place that on here for now. That's dead. Alright. So we have a fan. We have a cube. That's the charge. We need to get that populated. Can this be charged from this side, or is that... There we go. Easy. Alright, so we will probably need to drop this here for a second. Drop this here. And... Right, I do want to totally keep the connections alive. Drop that there for now. Take this, jump across. And it's mostly because we just got like a... Conceptually just do this, and I think this will work. Oh, well, hey, thank you for the raid, and thank you for stopping by, guy. It's great to talk with you again. Yeah, look, it works. Da-da-da. I just remember like some of the old interactions from the first game that just made me go, wow, you can do that? And this game definitely has a lot of the same vibes to it, which feels fantastic. Okay, I kind of need this since I've seen it.
Is it possible that on some level, people want to believe that everything's going to get worse? That it's comforting to think that humanity is bad and every solution will just go wrong. Because that way, you're never responsible. You never have to take on responsibility for anything outside yourself. Never have to grow up.
I mean, she ain't wrong, but she also might not be right. There's plenty of people who are pessimists. Alright, so an RGB converter. That's nice and all, but... nice. That means I can get through here. Ooh, yeah, we definitely want the storage thing now. Accumulator. Does it make sense to have it here, though? Let's take this for now. Discharge it because we don't want it. Drop that there so we have something there. I don't know. I'm probably going to need to like take that back at some point, but... okay. So we have a green. I think that this is the only reason I needed this, so we can just place that there. Okay, that's open. That's good. Yeah, we should have enough to do this. Let me just place this here. Place this there, there. Oh, jeez. Sometimes it's just all about the finickiness. Having to basically kind of just adjust minor details. But once you get the concept down, it's not so bad.
Melville,
What is it now?
why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Is this a knock on most humans where their inability to... oh my gosh. Ah, yeah. That hand has some interesting design elements. Okay. This is going to be interesting, because this is like taking the previous concept, but to the next level, and maybe it's similar. So we start off with this, right, where it's red, right? I just realized this is a bad idea. This actually doesn't work. Maybe it'd be better to make a green first. So that technically we have all three sources, right? So you have all three sources into a green. And then... No, that doesn't work out that way. Maybe we do that, and then we do one like this. Right, so we have kind of two branching paths, and we can kind of make... Maybe a little bit better? Hold on. Yeah, hold. Okay, this makes sense in this front. They've done it. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, so I guess let's take this as a thought process experiment, right? So if we take blue and green right now, we get the red that we need in the center, and that's it. That's all that's going to be good for now. But the problem is that we can't break this chain at all. So either you need to figure out, so that's going to make red. So if we do this and this, it makes green. But we're at a problem right now because we also need the blues. So it only really makes sense to work from the inside outside, and it only really makes sense that this is red. So the only time that you could maybe not do it this way is if you had something outside functioning. Hold on, do I need that? No, I don't need it. It's pretty! Look at these bright lights. Kinda hurts, but...
I am so glad I'm not in charge of solving these.
Listen, I love these kind of things. It's totally me. I'm just a huge puzzle freak. Which is hilarious, because some puzzle games I get so far in, and then I get to a point where I'm absolutely stumped. Like, I've been playing, like, Soko chess and stuff like that. Which, honestly, the creator of the Soko chess games does a fantastic job. But there's just one I'm looking at right now that I'm like... Okay, so there's a red. That's cool. We got this. I don't know what that helps. Also, I don't understand why there's a, fan. But we can just do that. Oh, of course, there's a cube. Alright, so eventually we'll end up over here with a cube. There we go. Just enough spacing. Alright, so that works. We can... I didn't think that through. I guess regardless, we're here with a cube now, which is great. The question is how does that help us? And so if I think we just drop this here, right? We take the cube, we go into here. We now have a way to jettison this to outside. That's perfect. Okay, so now we can do this. And now we can take these two. I'm not sure if that actually helps me with anything. She does this? Because we get, like, both of these done, but there's no way to get, like... Oh! Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. Okay, so grab this one here. And then since this is a straight shot all the way back, we can do that. Okay, hold on. Okay. That's in place. And that's all we need. Where am I going? I swear, sometimes you move so fast in this game. But the speed is what makes this a great puzzle game, to be honest. Like so many other puzzle games, like you go slow as molasses. And the walking speed in this game, just zoom. Alright. I'm really feeling like the extra puzzles, but I also don't want to come across like mystery. But this one definitely looks like one of the triangle ones. I mean, it's got a big infrastructure, so... Wait, this is not it. Oh boy. I mean, if I don't find it in a few seconds, then... That's 6. This does not... No. Like, this is way... It is 1! Woohoo! The triangle ones are the fun ones. Okay. Lateral inhibition. Alright. So there's a large fan that's hooked up to red here, which is also huh. I mean, I guess this makes sense in this. Okay. I mean, that makes sense in that, but the one moment I take this, like, it just ends. Do you think, like, I can just, like... No. There's no way to speed past it. So instead of taking blue, what if we take red? Does this make any sense though? Like if we do this, right? Like it ends up becoming red, right? But if we but we need to take that all the way. So that's interesting. So basically it sucks all the power from it. And it takes priorities. It's like you may not have any other beams connected. Nice. Whee! Giant pants are fun. Alright. Question mark, that's not a reading one. That one's probably going to be a reading one. That one, that's far off in the distance next to the 4, possibly. Possibly. Oh yeah, I can't go swimming. Classic, happens every time. You know what? I'm gonna call it. Oh, trying to search for the last puzzle at this point. Plus, when I come back, having to read more things and then do more puzzles, do less puzzles in one go doesn't seem as enticing to me. But hey, thank you so much for anybody who came by to watch. I normally stream just one time a week on Sundays and stuff like that. So, just because of holidays and stuff like that, I've just been kind of doing the following Mondays. So, but yeah. Thanks for watching, and see you another time.